Roger. You cut out after Tommy Jacobson. I guess we got into antenna switching problems.
Okay, following Tommy Jacobs, we have a hot smoking word from a local Houston astrologer by the name of Ruby Graham. She says that all the signs are right for your trip to the moon. Neil is clever, Mike has good judgment, and Buzz can work out intricate problems. She also says Neil tends to see the world through rose-colored glasses, but is always ready to help the afflicted or distressed. Neil, you're also supposed to have, quote, intuition that enables you to interpret life with feeling, unquote. Buzz is supposed to be very sociable and cannot bear to be alone, in addition to having excellent critical ability. Since she didn't know at what hour Mike was born, she's decided he either has the same attributes as Neil, or that he is inventive with an unconventional attitude that might seem eccentric to the imaginative. And that's 30 for today. Over.
Well, thank you much. They're Bruce and Fred show. We appreciate that.
Roger.
That was Fred Hayes alternating with Bruce McCandless on that newscast.
Did you hear our comment about the Astros?
The one about the roof? Hey, Mike, the game was at Cincinnati there, and we think that they're still using Crosley Field up there. I don't believe it has a roof on it.
You got him on that one.
Right.
They're just getting to be a good team in the clinch.
They certainly seem to be.
Well, if they can do that well without a roof, think of what they're going to do with a roof.
Roger out.
We're trying. An old Oiler fan is trying to comment on an alien game. If you tell Michael Jr. history or no history, he better behave himself.
Roger, we'll pass that along, Mike.
This is Apollo Control at 72 hours 45 minutes. Apollo 11 is now 8,188 nautical miles from the moon, approaching at a velocity of 4,324 feet per second.
Apollo 11 Houston, if it's convenient with you, we have an LOI 1 pad that we can pass up to you now. Over.
Stand by. Houston, Apollo 11. The next time we pass through roll 0, we're going to stop BTC, and that'll give us 90 degrees pitch. Now, I understand you want us to move from 90 degrees pitch to 0 degrees pitch for the platform align, option 1. Is that affirmative?
Stand by, please.
And we're ready to copy on LOI 1.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. When you stop at 0 roll, you'll be approximately 90 pitch, 0 yaw, and 0 roll. We'd like you to run the first P-52, that is the P-52 option 3, from that attitude. Then we'll uplink you a new refs mat either before or while you're maneuvering to 000. Then you can torque the platform around and run the second refs mat over. Run the second P-52 over.
Okay.
And I copied you're ready for the LOI-1 pad, over.
Go ahead.
LOI-1, SPS GNS 62710 plus 098 minus 019er. GET ignition 075 49er 49er65 minus 28897 minus 039er44 minus 00686. Roll 358. Pitch 226 347 01692 plus 00610. 29er 173 602 29er 108. Section star 31 1066 358. The remainder of the pad is NA. GDC align Vega and Deneb 243 183 012. No ullage. The horizon will be visible just below the upper edge of the hatch window 2 minutes prior to the LOI burn. It will not be visible in the rendezvous window on the left-hand side. LOS at 75 hours 41 minutes 23 seconds. AOS at 76 1529er. AOS without the LOI burn 76 0530. The values which you would see on noun 42 prior to the LOI burn are HA plus 431.3, HP minus 128.2. Read back, over.
Roger, LOI-1, SPS GNS 62710 plus 098 minus 019 075 49er 49er65 minus 28897 minus 03944 minus 00686 358 226 347 01692 plus 00610 29er 173 602 29108 31 106.6 358. DDC aligned, Vega and Deneb 243 183 012. No ullage. Horizon in the hatch window 2 minutes before SIG. AOS with an LOI 76 1529er. AOS without an LOI 76 0530. HA before the burn 431.3, HT minus 128.2. Say again, LOS time.
Roger, LOS time 754123. Over.
Understand, 754123.
11, this is Houston. Read back correct. Out.
That was Neil Armstrong with the read back of the Lunar Orbit Insertion Burn number 1 pad. The ignition time for that burn, 75 hours, 49 minutes, 49 seconds. That's 2 hours, 57 minutes, 49 seconds from this time. Duration of that burn, 6 minutes, 2 seconds. Retrograde and the change in velocity, 2,917.3 feet per second. The expected orbit following that maneuver is 169.2 by 61 nautical miles. To repeat the LOS, AOS times, we will lose signal with Apollo 11 at 75 hours, 41 minutes, 23 seconds as it goes behind the moon. Given a successful Lunar Orbit Insertion number 1 burn, we will acquire the signal at 76 hours, 15 minutes, 29 seconds. If for some reason Apollo 11 cannot perform the burn, we will acquire the spacecraft at 76 hours, 5 minutes, 30 seconds.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Roger. Apparently we missed getting your onboard readouts on battery Charlie and pyro batteries Alpha and Bravo last night. I wonder if you could give us some fresh numbers, over.
You got the readings now?
Yes, please. If it's convenient for you.
Okay, all three of them are still 37.1.
Roger, 37.1 cubed, Doug.
This is Apollo Control at 73 hours, 6 minutes. Apollo 11's distance from the moon is now 7,331 nautical miles. Velocity 4,399 feet per second. The ignition time passed up to the crew on this pad is 4 minutes 39 seconds earlier than the LOI-1 time published in the flight plan prior to liftoff. This means that all lunar events will move forward from the published flight plan times by this amount of time, 4 minutes 39 seconds. This time will be made up during the trans-Earth coast, and splash should occur at the flight plan time. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Houston, Apollo 11, the P-52 option 3 is complete. We're maneuvering to 000.
Roger, we observe you maneuvering, and we'll have some uplinks for you in a couple of minutes here.
Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We observe you in Foo. If you'll give us accept, we'll start our uplinks.
You got it, Houston.
Roger, out. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we're on low bit rate at the present time, so it's going to take us a little bit longer than normal to get this stuff up to you, over.
I guess we're in no rush.
Okay, we're here if you're there.
The view of the moon that we've been having recently is really spectacular. It fills about 3/4 of the hatch window, and of course we can see the entire circumference, even though part of it is in complete shadow and part of it's in earthshine. It's a view worth the price of the trip.
Well, there are a lot of us down here that would be willing to come along.
Well, that was Neil Armstrong.
I hope you get your turn and soon. These days we'll be able to bring the whole motor along, I hope. Save a lot of antenna switches.
Say again, 11.
So one of these days we can bring the whole motor along, and then that'll save a lot of antenna switches.
That's Charlie.
The MOCR is the Mission Operations Control Room. It's the control center here.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
11, this is Houston. We're showing you.
Lunar is brushing his teeth, so I'm filling in for him.
Say again, please.
I said the Czar is brushing his teeth, so I'm filling in for him. What can we do for him?
Well, if you don't get in the way. Well, if you don't get in the way of the Czar while he's brushing his teeth, we'd like you to bring up the primary accumulator quantity a little bit. We're showing the quantity now at 20.6% on TM. Seems to have gone down a bit since you've gone into the shadow. We'd like its service to bring the quantity up to between 30 and 40%, preferably 35%, over.
Okay.
The computer is yours, 11. The loads are in and verified. You can go back to block.
We're in block.
This is Houston. On the basis of your last P-52 alignment, the platform looks like it's indeed performing very well. No problems there, no updates required. And no PIPA bias update is required either. Over.
Sounds good.
This is Apollo Control at 73 hours 25 minutes. Apollo 11 is 6,522 nautical miles away from the moon, approaching it at a velocity of 4,483 feet per second.
Houston, Apollo 11, radio check.
11, this is Houston, loud and clear, over.
Okay, just checking. You want high gauge?
Roger, if you can give it to us.
Okay. Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read on the high gain?
Loud and clear on the high gain.
Same here. So we've completed BP-52 option 1.
Roger, we've been looking over your shoulder by TM.
Glad to have you.
Houston, Apollo 11, standing by to copy TEI-1 and TEI-4.
Oh, Roger, I've got the 1 and 4 pads here right now. I'll be ready to read them up to you in just a second. This is Houston. I'm ready with the TEI-1 and 4 pads. Over.
Ready to copy.
Roger. TEI-1, SPS GNN 38658 minus 054 plus 065. TIG 078 02 0345 plus 29180 plus 03779er minus 01325. Roll NA, pitch 041. The balance of the pad is NA. Ullage 2 jets, 19 seconds. TEI-4 pad. SPS GNN 38658. Minus 054 plus 065. TIG 084 29er 5059er plus 31373 plus 03760 minus 00968. Roll NA, pitch 034. The rest of the pad is NA, ullage 2 jets, 19 seconds. Both of these pads are for an undocked maneuver. TEI plus 4 pad assumes no LOI 2. Over. Like that TEI 4 pad assumes no LOI 2.
Roger. TEI-1, SPS GNN 38658 minus 054 plus 065 078 02 0345 plus 29er 180 plus 03779er minus 01325. Roll NA, pitch 041. 2 jet, 19 seconds undocked. TEI 4, 38658. Minus 054, plus 065, 084, 29er, 5059er, plus 31373, plus 03760, minus 009er68. Roll NA, pitch 034. 2 jet, 19 seconds, undocked. Assumes no LOI 2.
11, this is Houston.
11, over.
11, this is Houston. Read back correct. Out.
That was Buzz Aldrin with the readback of that information, which was for contingency trans-earth injection burns, if required, shortly after lunar orbit insertion.
This is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, at GET of 7430, we'd like you to cycle the fans in all 4 cryo tanks and position the heaters in all 4 cryo tanks to the auto position. We're doing this in advance of LOI in order to ensure that you don't have any destratification as a result of the burn, which might result in giving you a master caution and warning during the burn. Over.
Okay, with that 7430, you want us to cycle the heaters and cycle the fans and turn all the heaters on?
All the heaters to auto, cycle the fans at 7430 about 25 minutes from now. Over.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control at 74 hours, 8 minutes. Apollo 11 is 4,625 nautical miles away from the moon. Velocity 4,765 feet per second. We're 1 hour, 32 minutes away from loss of signal as Apollo 11 goes behind the moon. And we're about 1 hour, 41 minutes away from the LOI number 1 burn. This is Apollo Control at 74 hours, 32 minutes. Apollo 11 is traveling at a velocity of 3,000. Stand by. We've got a static display here.
This is Houston. Radio check, over.
Houston 11.
Roger, loud and clear now.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11.
Apparently this is not a very good Omni attitude for you. We're ready to start our PVC check.
This is Houston. We're ready, except that we'd like to get the high gain antenna prior to this test, over.
Can you give us a couple of pointing angles?
Roger, from an attitude with 60 degrees roll around to an attitude of roll 058 inertial, It would be pitch plus 30 and yaw 270 on the high gain antenna.
Thank you.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Do you read over?
Roger, loud and clear.
Roger, we're reading you weak but clear.
Roger, we put our roll for a misfin track in the wrong sign. Going to continue rolling around until we get high gain here. And we'll delete the pitch. It was scheduled after the TVC check.
Say again, please, 11.
Roger. We put the wrong sign in for the roll correction to get misfin high gain, and we're continuing rolling around to get the proper attitude for high gain. At this time, we will delete the pitch maneuver that was scheduled subsequent to the TV check, since we already have those pictures.
Roger, we copy. And we recommend that you go ahead and complete your TVC test on board. If you have problems, we'll talk to you when you get around further into the high gain antenna attitude. Over.
Roger. Houston, how you read on high gain?
Oh, loud and clear on high gain 11.
Roger, we're proceeding.
Roger.
No.
This is Apollo Control. It's 75 hours into the mission. Apollo 11 is 2,241 nautical miles away from the moon. Velocity 5,512 feet per second. We're 41 minutes away from loss of signal as Apollo 11 goes behind the moon. We're 49 minutes away from the lunar orbit insertion maneuver number 1.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We observed your gimbal test down here and it looked good to us. Over.
Roger, look good here.
This is Apollo Control. It's 75 hours, 15 minutes into the mission. Apollo 11's distance from the moon now is 1,516 nautical miles, 1,516 nautical miles. Velocity 5,981 feet per second.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Radio check. Over.
Loud, clear.
Roger, and your systems are looking good from down here.
Yeah, looks good up here too, Bruce.
This is Apollo Control. It's 75 hours, 26 minutes. We're 15 minutes away from loss of signal. Apollo 11 is 966 miles from the moon. Velocity 6,511 feet per second. We're 23 minutes away from the LOI burn. Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth polling the flight controllers for the go, no-go status for LOI now.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Roger, go ahead, Houston, Apollo 11.
11, this is Houston. You are go for LOI, over.
Roger, go for LOI.
And we're showing about 10 minutes and 30 seconds to LOS. I would like to remind you to enable the BD roll on the auto RCS switches, over.
Roger, and confirm you want PCM low going over the hill, over.
That's affirmative, 11.
Roger.
That was Buzz Aldrin confirming the go.
If you want, I'll put it back to high until just before LOS, over.
Negative 11, low is okay for now, over.
Roger.
Houston, you want to give me a time check, please?
Roger. I'll give you a mark at 13 minutes and 30 seconds to ignition.
Okay. And then a GET, please.
Stand by a minute. I'll give you a time hack on GET at 75 hours, 37 minutes, and I'll try to bias it about a second and a half to allow for the time of flight.
Okay.
Stand by. Mark, 75 hours, 37 minutes GET.
Thank you.
And I'll give you a time hack on the time to ignition at 12 minutes to ignition, over.
Okay.
Stand by for a mark at TIG minus 12. Mark, TIG minus 12.
Yeah, we're right on, Bruce. Thank you.
Roger, out.
We're 3 minutes away from loss of signal. Apollo 11 is 425 nautical miles from the moon. Velocity 7,368 feet per second. Weight 96,012 pounds.
2 minutes to LOS. Apollo 11, this is Houston. All your systems are looking good going around the corner. We'll see you on the other side. Over.
Roger. Everything looks okay up here.
Roger out.
And we've had loss of signal as Apollo 11 goes behind the moon. We were showing a distance to the moon of 309 nautical miles at LOS, velocity 7,664 feet per second. Weight was 96,012 pounds. We're 7 minutes, 45 seconds away from the LOI number 1 burn, which will take place behind the moon, out of communications. Here in the control center, 2 members of the backup crew, Bill Anders, Jim Lovell, have joined Bruce McCandless at the Capcom console. Fred Hayes, the 3rd member of the backup crew, has just come in too, and Deke Slayton, Director of Flight Crew Operations, is at that console. The viewing room is filling up. Among those we've noticed on the front row in the viewing room are astronauts Tom Stafford, John Glenn, Gene Cernan, Dave Scott, Al Worden, and Jack Swigert. With a good lunar orbit insertion burn, the Madrid station should acquire Apollo 11 at 76 hours, 15 minutes, 29 seconds. Acquisition time for no burn, 76 hours, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. This is Apollo Control. It's 75 hours, 49 minutes. Apollo 11 should have started this long burn. Duration 6 minutes, 2 seconds. Delta V 2,917 feet per second. Given that burn, we expect an orbit of 61 by 169.2 nautical miles. We're 24 and a half minutes away from acquisition of signal with a good burn. Well, the clock has not yet started counting for the other acquisition time. We'll take this line down now, come back up just prior to the acquisition time for no burn. This is Mission Control, Houston. We'll stand by. We're past the no burn acquisition time now, and we have received no signal. It's very quiet here in the control room. Most of the controllers seated at their consoles, a few standing up, but very quiet. Seven minutes from acquisition time. If Apollo 11 achieved only a partial burn, we could receive a signal any time. So we'll continue to stay up until acquisition time of 76 hours, 15 minutes, 29 seconds. And that time is the initial acquisition time. It could take a little longer to lock on to the signal for voice communications. Four minutes away now. There are a few conversations taking place here in the control room, but not very many. Most of the people sitting quietly, watching and listening, not talking. That noise is just bringing up the system. We have not acquired a signal. We're a minute and a half away from acquisition time. Seconds. Madrid AOS. Madrid AOS. telemetry indicates that the crew is working on the antenna angles to bring the high gain antenna to bear.
Houston, how do you read?
Reading you loud and clear, Houston. How are you?
Roger, reading you the same now. Could you repeat your burn status report? We copied the residuals and burn time, and that was about it. Send the whole thing again, please.
It was like perfect. Sure. Delta Sig 0, burn time 5:57. Pad values on the angles, VGX minus 0.1, VGY minus 0.1, VGZ plus 0.1, no trim, minus 6.8 on Delta PC. Fuel was 38.8, Mach 39.0, plus 50 unbalanced. We ran an increase on the pugs. Now in 44, showed us in a 60.9 by 169.9.
Roger. Roger, we copy your burn status report. And the spacecraft is looking good to us on telemetry.
Everything looks good up here.
is Apollo Control. We're showing spacecraft weight in lunar orbit, 72,004 pounds.
Apollo 11 is getting its first view of the landing approach. This time we're going over the Tarantius craters, and the pictures and maps brought back by Apollos 8 and 10 have given us a very good preview of what to look at here. Looks very much like the pictures, but like the difference between watching a real football game and one on TV. There's no substitute for actually being here.
Roger, we concur, and we certainly wish we could see it firsthand also.
That was Neil Armstrong.
We're going over the Messier series of craters right at time, looking vertically down on them. And Messier A, we can see good-sized blocks in the bottom of the crater. I don't know what our altitude is now, but that indicates those are pretty good-sized blocks.
Okay, just roughly, it looks like you're about 120 miles or 130 miles right now. Make that 127 miles.
We're approaching PDI point now over Secchi in sight. We're over Mount Maryland at the present time at its ignition point.
Roger, thank you. And our preliminary tracking data for the first few minutes shows you in a 61.6 by 169.5 orbit, over.
Roger.
And Jim is smiling. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead.
11, Houston, during your SPS burn, as played back on tape down here, we've observed the nitrogen tank Bravo pressure in the SPS system dropping a little bit more than we anticipated. It's holding steady right now. We'll continue to watch it and keep you posted if anything comes up. Over.
All right, thank you.
All right, and it has held
We're
steady.
currently going over Maskelyne. Okay. Boot Hill, Duke Island, Sidewinder, looking at Maskelyne W. That's the yaw around checkpoint. And just coming into the terminator. At the terminator, it's ashen gray. As you get farther away from the terminator, it gets to be a lighter gray, and as you get closer to the subsolar point, you can definitely see browns and tans in the ground, according to Apollo Lifted observation anyway.
Roger 11, we're recording your comments for posterity.
Okay.
Again, that was Neil Armstrong with the report.
In the background, accuse us of being compromisers. And the landing site is well into the dark here. I don't think we're going to be able to see anything in the landing site this early.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. When you have a free minute, could you give us your onboard readout of N2 tank Bravo, please? And we'd like to make sure you understand that ever since you stopped thrusting with the SPS, the temperature in this tank has remained steady. Over. Make that the pressure has remained steady.
Right, we understand tank pressure has stayed steady, thank you. Roger, we're showing the N2 tank pressure and tank Bravo to be 1960, something like that. And Alpha is about 2250, over.
Roger, we show 2249 in Alpha and 1946 down here.
Okay. Houston, Apollo 11, how about coming up with some roll, pitch, and yaw angles at which to stop this so-called orb race that I'm doing?
Roger, stand by. We'll have them for you in a minute, 11.
Okay, and time to stop also, please.
Yes, indeed. Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Right, Houston.
Roger, we show you in the flight plan staying in orbital rate until about 79 hours, 10 minutes. Do you have some particular attitude or reason for wanting to go inertial, over?
No, that's fine. Just want to confirm that until 79:10, and we'll wheeze around here in orbit.
Oh, Roger. And we've got an observation you can make if you have some time up there. There have been some lunar transient events reported in the vicinity of Aristarchus. Over.
Roger. We just went into spacecraft darkness. Until then, we couldn't see a thing down below us, but now with Earthshine, the visibility is out the map and see what we can find around Aristarchus.
Okay, Aristarchus is at Tango Echo 9er on your ATO chart. It's about 394 miles north of track. However, at your present altitude, which is about 167 nautical miles, it ought to be over, that is within view on your horizon, 23 degrees north, 47 west, and you take a look and see if you see anything worth noting up there. Over.
We'll be looking.
Roger out.
That was Buzz Aldrin discussing the Earth's shine.
Houston 11, it might help us a little bit if you could give us the time of crossing 45 west.
Say again, please, 11.
You might give us a time of crossing of 45 west, and then we'll know when to start searching for Aristarchus.
Roger, you'll be crossing 45 west at 77:04:10, or about 40 seconds from now, over 30 seconds from now. Apollo 11, when we lose the S-band, we'd like to get Omni Charlie from you and update my last. That 77:04 was the time when Aristarchus should become visible over your horizon. 77:12 is point of closest approach south of it. Over.
Okay, that sounds better because we're just went by Copernicus a little bit ago.
Roger, we show you at about 27 degrees longitude right now.
Righto. Houston, when a star sets up here, there's no doubt about it. One instant it's there, and the next instant it's just completely gone.
Roger, we copy. Apollo 11, this is Houston. We request you select Omni Charlie at this time. Over.
Okay, going to Omni Charlie.
Roger that.
All right, Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. Go ahead.
Roger, seems to me since we know orbit so precisely, know where the stars are precisely, and we can time the setting of a star or a planet to a very fine degree that this might be a pretty good chance of measuring the altitude of the horizon.
Roger. north up toward Aristarchus now, and I can't really tell at that distance whether I really am looking at Aristarchus, but there's an area there that is considerably more illuminated than the surrounding area. It just seems to have a slight amount of fluorescence to it. As a crater can be seen, and the area around the crater is quite bright. Roger 11, we copy.
Houston 11, looking up at the same area now, and it does seem to be reflecting some of the Earth time. I'm not sure whether it would work out to be about zero phase to, well, at least there's one wall of the crater that seems to be more illuminated than the others, and that one, if I'm lining up with the Earth correctly, does seem to put it about a zero phase. That area is definitely lighter than anything else that I can see on this window. I'm not sure that I really identify any phosphorescence, but that's definitely lighter than anything else in the neighborhood.
11, this is Houston. Can you discern any difference in color of the illumination? And is that an inner or an outer wall of the crater? Over.
Right, that's an inner wall of the crater. No, it doesn't appear to be any color involved in it, Bruce.
Roger, you say inner wall. Would that be the inner edge of the northern surface?
Well, I guess it'd be the inner part of the west-northwest part. The part that would be more nearly normal you were looking at it from the Earth.
11, Houston. Have you used the monocular on this? Over.
Stand by, one. I'd like you to know this quest for science has caused me to lose my life. It's floating around in here somewhere, but I can't find it.
11, this is Houston. We're carrying a partial bomb very deftly.
Houston, we'll give it a try if we have the opportunity on next pass when we're not in the middle of lunch and trying to find the monocular.
Roger, copied you that time. Expect the next rev you'll probably be getting ready for LOI 2. So let's wind this up, and we've got some other things to talk to you about in a few minutes.
Okay.
Apollo 11 will be in acquisition for another 20 minutes during its first revolution of the moon.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
11, this is Houston. We're targeting or planning to make the LOI-2 burn using bank A only. We'll have the pad and everything for you next time around. Just trying to economize a little on bank B. Bank B is holding though.
Roger, understand.
Capcom. Air 11, this is Houston. We have about 6 minutes remaining until LOS. And in order that we may configure our ground lines, we'd like to know if you're still planning to have the TV up at the beginning of the next pass. Over.
Roger, Houston, we'll try to have it ready.
This is Houston. We are inquiring if it is your plan to. Over.
It never was our plan to, but it's in a flight plan, so I guess we'll do it.
Houston, roger out. Houston.
Roger, go ahead.
For use in connection with that time on the prime meridian crossing, you have an orbital period now of 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 37 seconds. Over.
Thank you.
Roger that. Apollo 11, this is Houston. A little over 2 minutes to LOS. All your systems parameters and orbit are looking good from the ground. We have AOS on the other side at 78.23 at 3-1. Over.
Right, 78.2321.
Roger, that was 3-1 on the end.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control. We've had loss of signal from Apollo 11 on its first lunar revolution. We will acquire the spacecraft on the next revolution at 78 hours, 23 minutes, 31 seconds. The orbital period for Apollo 11's present orbit, 2 hours, 8 minutes, 37 seconds. And as you heard, we passed up to the crew information that we would perform the LOI-2 burn using only Bank A. The banks are drive mechanisms for the ball valves in the service propulsion system. They open and close these ball valves, and the valves allow the fuel and oxidizer to flow into the engine. They're redundant valves and redundant banks A and B. There was apparently they were driven by nitrogen, and that was the reference to the pressure drop. There was apparently a leak in nitrogen tank B during the LOI-1 burn. This burn was performed with both banks open. The engine can be operated with only one bank. It's apparent that the tank leaked only during the burn while the bank was actuated. Pressure has held steady since the end of the burn, and the experts are reducing the data and looking at the leak rate, determining whether it was constant throughout the burn, precisely what the situation is. We're showing pressure in tank B of 1960 psi, in tank A 2250 psi. Both of these are well above the red line of 400 pounds psi.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 77 hours 48 minutes now into the flight Apollo 11. Here in Mission Control Center Houston, we're in the process of changing shifts. Cliff Charlesworth, green team of flight controllers, very shortly will be leaving their consoles. Meanwhile, Apollo 11 passing over the far side of the moon out of acquisition. Our last orbital parameter readings on our flight dynamics orbital digital displays indicated an apogee of 168.5 nautical miles, paraloon of paraloon of 61.2 nautical miles. We're currently planning a change of shift briefing at approximately 2:30 Central Daylight Time, or as soon thereafter as is practicable. The change of shift briefing will include only Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth. It's expected to be of short duration, since we will have a TV pass soon after reacquisition of the spacecraft. At 77 hours 50 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control Houston at 78 hours 18 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Apollo 11 still passing around the far side of the moon. We're less than 5 minutes now away from time of acquisition on the second revolution for Apollo 11. The station to acquire on this pass will be the Goldstone Wing site, which will feed the television to Mission Control Center Houston and thence to all parts of the country. We would expect to come up with television perhaps several minutes after acquisition, since we must first lock up on the downlink and have the scan converter in full operation. So at 78 hours 19 minutes, continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control Houston. Mark, 2 minutes now from time of predicted acquisition in Mission Control Center. We are standing by. Mark, 1 minute now from time of predicted acquisition. Continuing to stand by in Mission Control Center, Houston. Mark, 10 seconds away now. Standing by for acquisition. We've had AOS by Goldstone. Television is now on. That's Bruce McCandless, our captain.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
And Apollo 11, are you picking up our signal? Okay.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, affirmative. We're reading you loud and clear on voice. And we have a good, clear TV picture, a little bright crater in the bottom of the picture. I guess that's the spot on the tube.
Sorry about that one.
And if you could give us poo and accept, we'll uplink a new state vector and target load to you.
Okay. Houston, Apollo 11. On one of the larger craters on the back side, I noticed a small dark speck on the outer wall. And putting a monocular on it, I was able to see an area maybe a quarter of a mile in diameter of a really fresh-looking, dark-colored pit. That seems to be in contrast with all the other fresh little craters or holes that you can perceive on the walls of any of these craters. And around this particular one, there seems to be 2 or 3 of these, especially the one that caught my attention. It's quite remarkable.
Roger, do you have a location on that one?
No, not a precise one. I've got several pictures of it.
Roger, we copy.
That was Buzz Aldrin making a report, geological report on the backside pass.
We're getting a beautiful picture in down here now, 11. The color's coming in quite clearly, and we can see the horizon and the relative blackness of space. And without getting into the question of grays and browns, it looks, at least on our monitor, sort of a brownish gray.
That's a good way of describing it. It appeared to me as though it made a difference just sitting back in the tunnel and gazing at all windows. It makes a difference which one you're looking out of. For example, the camera right now is looking out the number 5 window, and it definitely gives a rosier or tanner tinge, especially when you look straight through it and not at an angle. Over.
Roger.
GNC flight.
And we're about 95 or 100 degrees east, coming up on my C.
Still holding? Okay.
Say again, 11.
I say again, we're about 95 degrees east, coming up on my C.
Roger, and for your information, we show you at an altitude of about 92 miles above the surface right now.
Okay. Houston, Apollo 11. Did you observe a difference in the N2 pressures before LOI? It seems to me as though N2 were not equal.
Stand by.
Small B tank was the lowest pressure of it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I'm flying it in SCS minimum impulse, Houston, and it's rather difficult to keep it on a constant theta. The LEM wants to wander up and down. I'm not sure in response to mass cons or what, but I can get it completely stabilized in theta and let it alone, and in another couple of minutes it will have developed its own rate.
This is Houston, Roger.
That was Mike Collins making their report.
Houston, we'll be moving shortly from the side window to the hatch window, and we'll try and pick up some of the landmarks that we'll be looking at as we approach power descent. Over.
11, this is Houston, Roger, and we're through with the uplink. Computer is yours. You can go to block, and we'll have the information on nitrogen for you shortly. Over.
Copy. Okay, Houston, several minutes ago I was exactly steady on theta, and since then I have been moving toward the LEM pointed straight down toward the radius vector, and that's been despite a number of down minimum pitch impulses.
Roger.
We're over Smythe C right now.
Roger.
We're about 88 degrees east, I would estimate.
We show you about south of the southwest of the crater Jansky right now.
My C doesn't look very much like a C. The area which is devoid of craters, of which there's not very much, is sort of a hilly-looking area. It's not like a Mare at all.
Roger, we copy that about the C, and looks like you were just giving us a view of the crater Nieper, the large crater on the left, and Jansky on the right.
That exchange between Capcom Bruce McCandless and Mike Collins aboard the Apollo 11 spacecraft.
We think you're close, but no cigar.
Apollo Control, Houston. We acquired TV at 78 hours, 24 minutes, 11 seconds. Currently, our orbital parameters show 104. Altitude, an apoloon of 170.2, a paraloon of 61.3 nautical miles, those are.
Uh, 11, this is Houston. Would you care to comment on some of these craters as we go by?
Roger, we're approaching the approach path to ignition,
This is equivalent to 13 minutes before ignition, and we're at about 80 degrees east, I guess. 83 degrees east. Would that correspond to location you're holding in present time?
Roger, we're showing your present position is about 77, 76 degrees east, looking back towards the east.
Hey, you should be looking back at my Zeno.
Roger.
We've now heard from all three Apollo 11 crew members during this television pass. The individual talking earlier was Neil Armstrong.
Ranger Schubert. And Gilbert U is in the center right now. And this comes up at about a little over 12 minutes for power descent. Instead of looking back at it, we'd be looking straight down at it at that time.
Roger. And we show you an altitude now of about 110 miles, and of course you'd be considerably lower at the initiation of power descent.
Okay, Houston, look at register 3 on the Disky theta. Theta is increasing toward my desired 315, and I'll let the hand controller alone here, and I'll bet you it reverses itself.
Roger 11, we're watching the Disky now, and still coming in beautifully on the TV.
Okay, there's the right side of the screen at the present time, there's a triple crater with a small crater between the first and second, and the one at the bottom of the screen is Schubert Y. Zoom in, it does have a central peak in Schubert Y, actually several of them, and you can observe those, plus the rim craters at the bottom of your screen.
Roger, we're seeing the central peak quite clearly now.
Okay, we're zooming in now on a crater called Schubert N. Schubert N, very conical inside wall, and the bottom appears to be nearly flat.
Look at theta on the Disky. It's stabilized and is holding steady now.
Roger.
Looking out the window, I can see a number of small craters on the bottom of Schubert N.
We're coming up on the foaming sea where I'll be doing some P-22 marking on a crater of my choice, name of Crater Camp.
Okay, we'll be watching for camp.
And notice register 3 has reversed itself and is heading back the other way now without any pitch thruster firing.
Roger, Mike. We confirm that you've changed the direction of your pitch rate.
Generally speaking, the tendency seems to be to pull the LEM down toward the center of the moon as in a gravity gradient experiment.
Roger 11, we copy.
Or it may have something to do with mass kinds, or it may...
Roger, we've gotten...
it may have something to do with mass kinds, or it may just be the peculiarity of the Disky display.
Okay, we've observed the behavior of your Disky, and I think we've got the data here to work on it. Let us grind around a little while on it, and we'll report back to you probably in a rev or two.
Okay, well, in the meantime, I'm going to pitch down toward 315.
Roger.
three horizontal craters that you now have in the field of view are immediately underneath the ground track. The right hand and the largest crater that you see is Cubiago P.
All right, Roger, we concur on the identification of that crater. And we show you coming up on landmark Alpha 1 here shortly.
Roger, Mike's having his first look at Alpha 1 at the present time.
Yeah, there's a great bright crater. It's not a large one, but an extremely bright one. It looks like a very recent, and I would guess, impact crater with rays streaming out in all directions, which should make the foaming sea easy to see coming up on it. Now, Crater Cap is one of the smaller ones out on the floor of the foaming sea.
We've been some 17 minutes now into this television pass, standing by, continuing to monitor.
Okay, we show you over the Sea of Fertility now, and got to have Langrenus down south of track a few degrees, about 9 degrees south of track.
Yeah, the crater that's in the center of the screen now is Webb. We'd be looking straight down on it at about 6 minutes before power descent. It has a relatively flat bottom to the crater, and you can see maybe 2 or 3 craters that are in the bottom of it. On the western wall, the wall that's now nearest to the camera, or near the bottom of the screen, we can see a dimpled crater just on the outside. And then coming back towards the bottom of the screen and to the left, you can see a series of depressions. It's this type of connected craters that give us most interest to discover why they're in the particular patterns that they're in. I'll zoom the camera in and try and give you a little closer look at this.
Roger, we're observing the dimpled crater now. The central peak that we can see on the orbiter photos doesn't seem to stand out very well here.
Well, they're not central peaks. They're depressions in the center.
Roger.
And you'll notice on the pitch thruster activity, I put in a dozen minimum impulses and pitch down, and I'm still far from correcting back to 315.
We're moving the camera over to the right window now to give you Langrenus. It's several central peaks, and
Roger, we got Langrenus in our screen now. Okay, 11, this is Houston. We're getting a beautiful picture of Langrenus now with its rather conspicuous central peak.
Sea of Fertility doesn't look very fertile to me. I don't know who named it.
Well, it may have been named by a gentleman whom this crater was named after, Langrenus. Langrenus was a cartographer to the King of Spain, and made one of the early reasonably accurate maps of the moon.
Roger, that's very interesting.
I'll have to admit it sounds better for our purposes than the Sea of Crises.
Amen to that. Okay, it looks like you're coming inside now on the camera.
Well, I can't get behind to see the monitor. I'll bring the focus in, but we're going to be looking down past one of the LEM quads and one of the antennas almost straight down at the ground track that we'll be seeing coming in. Now, I guess this is maybe 2 or 3 minutes before power descent. All right, that should put the LEM structure about in focus. Now I'm going to move it out to infinity and then expand the field of view.
Crater Secchi is out my window now, window number 2.
Apollo 11, this is Houston. We show you coming up on the terminator at 78:53, about 7 minutes from now. And we've also got the LOI-2 and TEI-5 pads ready for you after the TV, whenever you want to terminate over.
Roger.
And we're getting a good view of the track leading into the landing site now. Okay, it looks like we had Secchi K go by about 10 seconds ago, coming up on Apollo Ridge. And in the right-hand portion of our screen right now, we can see Messier, Alpha, and Bravo with the light-colored rays streaming off in one direction.
I don't know if you can make out, but in the Sea of Fertility, there are a number of craters that are just barely discernible. Old craters whose outlines are just barely able to be seen.
Roger, I think we can make them out. The color really enhances our ability to discern features and craters over what we see in real time on our black and white monitor.
Right. At these low sun angles, there's no trace of brown. It's now returned to a very gray appearance, and like the acreage says, it has a look of plaster of Paris to it at this sun angle, which is completely lacking at higher sun angles.
Roger.
We're now some 25 minutes into our television pass.
Okay, this is very close to ignition point for power descent. Just passing Mount Maryland. That's a triangular-shaped mountain that you see in the center of the screen at the present time, with the crater Secchi Theta on top of the far northern edge of the mountain.
Roger, we're getting a good view of Mount Maryland and of Secchi Theta.
And now we're looking at what we call Boot Hill. Occurs 20 seconds into the descent.
Watching this pass with a great deal of interest in Mission Control Center is Pete Conrad, the commander for the Apollo 12 mission.
The right edge of the screen, Censorinus T. Now passing a 1 minute point in our descent.
Roger, and for your information, your current altitude is 148 nautical miles above the surface.
I'm unable to determine altitude at all looking out the window. I couldn't tell whether we're down at 60 or up at 170.
I bet you could tell if you were down at 50,000 feet.
I wouldn't be surprised.
passing some steep ridges here, the edges of old craters that were photographed by Apollo 10, and the crew of Apollo 10 was very impressed with the steepness of these ridges when they came over them at about 50,000 feet.
Roger, we can observe they're also steep even from this altitude. You've got quite a shadow being cast by the sun at these low angles.
The entire surface is getting considerably darker than the surface that we looked at previously when the sun was quite high above us. The crater and the bright crater in the center of the screen, the smaller one, is Censorina.
Roger, and we show you a little over 1 minute from the terminator at the present time.
How's the brightness of the picture you're receiving? I think we ought to open up the f-stop some as we approach the terminator.
Yeah, the brightness is still doing quite well. You can go ahead and open it up a stop or two. The automatic light level compensation seems to be working beautifully.
That's a good picture of Boot Hill.
Roger.
3 minutes and 15 seconds into the descent.
Roger, we're seeing Boot Hill now.
The next crater coming into the bottom, that's Duke Island right there, and to the left, the crater, the largest of the crater near the center of the picture right now is Maskelyne W. This is a position check during descent at about 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and it's our downrange position check and cross-range position check prior to yawing over face up to acquire the landing radar. Past this point, we would be unable to see the surface below us until getting very near the landing area.
Roger, I imagine you get a real good look at that tomorrow afternoon.
Sinuous rill is the one that was referred to in Apollo 10 as Sidewinder.
Good name, too. Sidewinder Diamondback. Looks like a couple of snakes down there on the lake bed.
And we're approaching the terminator now. I can see the contrast increase, and only the sunlit side of the bridges remain illuminated, while the dark sides in the shadow will become completely black.
11, this is Houston. The picture's getting a little grainy now. You might go ahead and open up the f-stop.
Landing point is just barely into darkness. That one crater, the upper part of which you see, lower part completely in darkness. A small, well-defined crater is Mulkey, which is about a beam of the landing site.
Roger, we can just see it looks like a little less than half of its rim right now. And we can make out just barely some features on the surface, maybe from Earthshine. Are you wide open on the f-stop at this time?
Where we are.
Yeah, and it looks like we're just about to get the sun coming into the lens, so we'll have to move the camera away.
Roger.
We can't see any earthshine or any surface features at all in earthshine now due to the fact that the lamp is very bright and is causing our pupils to contract.
It's a very fantastic view to see the Terminator as you look along the edge of it. I think you'll agree that some of these craters that you're seeing in the picture now are really accentuated by the lengthening of the shadows as they approach the Terminator.
Yes, it's a very beautiful and rugged sight that we've got on the screen now.
I think you got some interesting data on thruster firings versus pitch angle. It looks like that limb just wants to head down toward the surface is all.
Roger, I have a comment here that says that's what the limb was built for.
I believe. And as the moon sinks slowly in the west, Apollo 11 bids good day to you.
Roger, we sort of thought it was the sun setting in the east.
There you have it, our first glimpse of the lunar surface during the Apollo 11 mission. The 11 crew took us on a guided tour of the front side, plus talked their way through the powered descent that lies ahead in tomorrow's activities. At 78 hours, 58 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston, continuing to monitor.
LOI-2, SPS GNN 38320, plus 166, minus 081. TIG 080113603. Now 81 minus 01408 minus all balls minus 00743. Roll all balls 196. 359er 00657 plus 00537 Delta VT 01592 017 01531 section star 23 1160 138. The rest of the pad is NA. GDC align, Vega and Deneb. 243 183 012. Ullage. 2 jets, 19 seconds. Remarks. On your DAP load, we would like in R1 20101, vice the value which appears in the flight plan. In making the sextant star check, this must be done between GET of 79er3010, at which time the star comes above the horizon, and 79er5210, which is your local sunrise, due to the fact that this star is relatively close to the sun. Your burn orientation is head down, retrograde, pitched up 28 degrees with respect to local horizontal. The calculated values for noun 42 are HA 65.6 and HP 54.6, both of those being plus. Read back over.
Roger, LOI-2, SPS GNM, 38320, plus 166, minus 081, 080, 11, 3603, minus 01, 408, minus all balls, minus 00743, all zeros, 196, 359er, 00657, plus 00537, 01, 592, 017, 01, 531, 23, 1160, 138, Vega Deneb, 243, 183, 012, 2 jet 19 seconds, DAP R1, 20101, Sexton Star between 793010 and 795210. Attitude is head down, retrograde, pitched up 28 degrees. HA after the burn, that down 42 for HA and 64.6 and HP 54.6. Over.
Roger, on the noun 42 values, the last stuff you gave, HA is 65.6, HP is 54.6. Otherwise, I read back correct, and I'm standing by with your TEI 5 pad. Over.
Roger, HA 65.6 for noun 42. And ready to copy.
11, this is Houston, TEI 5, SPS GNM. 37201 minus 060 plus 047 TIG 086 09er 3666 981 plus 33521 plus 03441 minus 01458. Roll NA. Pitch 032. The rest of the pad is NA. Ullage 2 jets, 16 seconds. Undocked. Over. Apollo 11, this is Houston. Read back correct. Out. Apollo 11, this is
Houston, you want us back on down voice backup, over?
Apollo 11, this is Houston. That's affirmative on the down voice backup. We'd like you to confirm your up telemetry switch in the normal position. Over.
Roger, it's in block. Did you get us the... You got us a new CSM state vector and an LOI-2 target load in between all that television, didn't you?
That's affirmative. And what I'm asking for is the switch over
the telemetry switch is in normal, over.
Roger, out.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 79 hours, 9 minutes, now into the flight of Apollo 11. We currently read an apoloon of 170.2 nautical miles, a paraloon of 61.2 nautical miles. Those listing of figures that you heard passed up to the crew were maneuver pad updates. The first group for LOI-2, we're now looking at a time of burn of 80 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds, which should revise our orbital parameters to 65.7 nautical miles by 53.7 nautical miles, a delta V of 159.2 feet per second, and burn duration of 17 seconds, some 17 seconds. So at 79 hours, 9 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control Houston at 79 hours, 18 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. a quiet period at this time as the Apollo 11 spacecraft continues its pass around the front side of the moon. Our current altitude, very close to Apolloon, now reading 166.7 nautical miles. Our orbital parameters, 170.2 by 61.2 nautical miles. Current spacecraft weight in orbit, 71,622 pounds. We'll continue to keep the line up and continue to monitor the Apollo 11 crew, no doubt at this time preoccupied very probably with the alignment of their GNN platform. At 79 hours and 19 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, this is Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Roger, during the LOI-1 burn, your engine burned a little bit more propellant than we predicted, and consequently we'd like to update or send you a new TEI-4 pad, over.
Okay. Our chamber pressure on board was higher that time, too. It's all on the onboard tape, the time history of the chamber pressure, but to make a long story short, it worked its way up to 100.
Roger. And down here we showed a chamber pressure of on the order of 103 to 104 psi during your burn on playback.
Okay. Go ahead with the TEI-4.
Roger, TEI-4 revised, SPS GNN 38320 minus 055 plus 060 084 30 2749er plus 31380 plus 03475 minus 01032. Roll NA, pitch 034. Rest of the pad is NA. LH, 2 jet, 16 seconds. Undocked, no LOI-2. Over.
Understand, TEI-4, SPS GNN 38320 minus 055 plus 060 084 30 2749er plus 31380 plus 03475 minus 01032. NA 034. All the rest of the pads NA. 2 jets, 16 seconds. Undocked, no LOI-2.
11, this is Houston. Read back correct. Out.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 79 hours, 25 minutes. That maneuver pad that was transmitted to the crew, that was TEI for trans-earth injection burn for the fourth revolution, is a contingency pad only to assure that it is properly on board the spacecraft if in the unlikely event it should become necessary to return. At the present time, we read an altitude of 157.7 nautical miles, descending from Apolloon at this time. And And our orbital parameters read 170.2 nautical miles, 61.2 nautical miles. We're some 23 minutes away at the present time from loss of signal. At 79 hours, 26 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Apollo 11, this is Houston.
Roger, go ahead, Houston.
Roger, we've been looking at your systems data on playback, and everything is looking good. In particular, the SPS looks good. I'd like to remind you, though, of our request to perform this burn on the Bank A ball valves only, and you are go for LOI 2. Also, we have currently in the flight plan you scheduled tomorrow to start entering the LEM at about 96 hours GET, and would like to know if you have any plans to initiate this ingress into the LEM earlier. If so, we can call the people in ahead of time. Over.
Well, we didn't have any plans to, no. We just wanted to be ready at that time.
Roger, we just wanted to make sure that we were ready when you were ready. Over.
Okay, and to get the Sexton Star and LOI 2, that's roll 0. Is that a problem?
That's affirmative. Roll 0.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control Houston. We're some 14 minutes away now from loss of signal with the command and service module of Apollo 11. At 79 hours, 34 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston, standing by. This is Apollo Control Houston at 79 hours, 38 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Apollo 11 now 130.4 nautical miles in altitude, current velocity reading 5,131 feet per second. Orbital parameters, apoloon 170.2 nautical miles with a paraloon reading 61.3 nautical miles. Apollo 11 at this time has completed its platform alignment and is maneuvering the spacecraft to its burn attitude. We're some 33 minutes away now from time of ignition for the lunar orbit insertion number 2 burn, and we're 9 minutes 40 seconds away from loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. So at 79 hours 39 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Apollo 11 Houston, 5 minutes to LOS, and with respect to your request for the nitrogen bottle pressures pre-burn, just before the burn, we were showing 2270 pounds per square inch on bottle alpha and 2350 on bottle bravo. Over.
Apollo 11, roger, thank you.
Roger. Apollo 11, this is Houston, 2 minutes to LOS. Your AOS on the other side is 803321, and the friendly white team will see you when you come out from behind the moon.
Apollo 11, roger.
Make that your,
Thank you, Bruce.
your friendly white team. Capcom will see you when you come out from behind the moon. I think it's basically the maroon team here, and we greenies are leaving.
Okay, don't blame me, Hank.
I'd rather be up there.
Mark, 30 minutes, 30 seconds now from predicted time of loss of signal. Standing by. Seconds. Apollo 11 should now be passing out of range. This is Apollo Control Houston at 79 hours 51 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. We're some 20 minutes away at this time for time of ignition for lunar orbit insertion burn number 2. This the fine-tuned second burn in the series of 2 as we have inserted into lunar orbit. For LOI-2, the Apollo 11 will be heads down. The burn will be initiated near Paralune as the spacecraft passes over the far side of the moon. Retrograde like LOI-1, but unlike Apollos 8 and 10, the burn will not be targeted to place a spacecraft into a precise circular orbit. Taking what was learned on Apollo 10, this LOI-2 burn is designed to take into account predicted perturbations and gradually circularize itself. The numbers that we're looking at for LOI-2, that would be time of ignition 80 hours, 11 minutes, 36 seconds, which should change our orbital parameters, giving us an apolune of 65.7 nautical miles and a paralune of 53.7 nautical miles. The delta V intended for this burn, 159.2 feet per second. A burn duration anticipated 17 seconds. It's a burn of short duration, but certainly important in that it establishes the proper orbital parameters for the events that lie ahead. As you heard in earlier conversation between our capsule communicator Bruce McCandless and crew members aboard the spacecraft, we're go for LOI-2. During this burn, we'll utilize only the Bank A ball valve. The bank referred to here, of which there are 2, are mechanisms that drive the ball valves open and shut, causing fuel and oxidizer to mix for ignition. At the present time in Mission Control Center, the last reference you heard from our capsule communicator reflects that they, on their own peculiar shift schedule, are having a change of shift. Astronaut Charles Duke has arrived on the scene, and we can assume we'll take over the responsibilities of the conversational flow with the Apollo 11 spacecraft once we reacquire. At 79 hours, 55 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston. Mark, 1 minute until planned time of ignition for LOI-2. Mike Collins will be at the controls for the lunar orbit insertion 2 burn, just as he was for LOI-1. Now the burn is of short duration, as we have indicated earlier, some 17 seconds of burn time anticipated. We're standing by in Mission Control Center, relatively quiet, mark 30 seconds. Continuing to monitor or read those displays that gave us our final readout prior to our passage to the backside of the moon. Mark 10 seconds. Mark 5 seconds. We won't know for sure how the burn comes out until we reacquire. Mark planned time for ignition. At 80 hours, 12 minutes now to the flight of Apollo 11. This is Apollo Control, Houston. Mark 2 minutes from time of predicted acquisition of the Apollo 11 spacecraft. During this upcoming pass, we'll have our second excursion on the part of the Apollo 11 crew into the lunar module. The LEM is to be pressurized by a valve in the tunnel hatch, and as a point of interest, will remain pressurized following this period of activation and after the members of the Apollo 11 crew return to the command module. For this period of activation, it's definitely planned that a buzz will go into the LEM, and there is a distinct possibility that Commander Neil Armstrong could exercise his option and go into the LEM. Our station to acquire as we come around the far side of the moon will be Goldstone. Mark 1 minute from predicted time of acquisition, and we're standing by. Mark 30 seconds. Mark 10 seconds from predicted time of acquisition. Goldstone has acquired Apollo 11. This is Apollo Control, Houston, standing by at this time at 80 hours, 35 minutes. Both Goldstone and Hawaii have acquired a signal. We will...
Apollo 11, Houston, we're standing by. Over.
VGY minus 0.0, VGZ minus 0.1, Delta VC minus 5.2, Fuel 362, Aux 364, unbalanced plus 50. And our post-burn now 94s, 66.1 by 54.4. Go ahead.
Roger, we copy, Neil. Would you say again the Delta VZ? We missed that, over.
Roger, that was minus 0.1.
Roger, copy the burn report. Sounds good.
And I'll look it up here.
Apollo 11, Houston, we missed your Delta TIG and also your Delta burn time, over.
Altitude was 0 and the burn time was 17 seconds.
Copy, 17.
You heard that report from Commander Neil Armstrong indicating that LOI-2 came off almost precisely as planned.
Apollo 11, Houston, we'll be satisfied if you pump up the cabin to 5.4, over.
Okay, we're showing about 5.2 right now.
Roger.
And Charlie's Lamb CM Delta P is just over 1 pound right now.
Copy, out. Apollo 11, Houston, over. Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, over.
This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Please attempt to acquire on the high gain. We're having trouble locking up on the TM and we have no voice, over.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. You copied that report. We're standing by for Apollo 11 spacecraft to acquire on the high gain antenna. Meanwhile, onboard readings on orbital parameters were 66.1 nautical miles by 54.4 nautical miles. Very close to the planned altitudes that were predicted prior to the LOI-2 burn. At 80 hours 46 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Hello, Apollo 11. Apollo 11. Roger, we're reading you 5 by. Go ahead, over.
Roger, we have you on high gain now.
Roger, we lost the TM and the voice for about 5 minutes here. We were attempted a handover and fouled it up in some manner, but we got you back now. Thank you much.
Okay, we're pressurizing the lamp at this time.
Copy.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. 80 hours 48 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Very preliminary ground readings indicate an apolloon of 65.6, paraloon 53.7.
Hello, Apollo 11. Houston, we have a P-22 auto optics update for you if you're ready to copy, over.
Ready to copy.
Roger, Mike. It's the landmark Alpha 1, T1, 823735. T2 is 824250. We're 7 miles north. Over.
Yeah, copy. P-22, T1 time 823735, T2 824250, and the target is 7 miles north. Thank you.
Roger.
That was passed up to Mike Collins, the command module pilot, who will occupy himself during this pass over the front side with landmark tracking activities. At 80 hours, 53 minutes into the flight Apollo 11, we continue to monitor.
I get the distinct impression, Charlie, that Maury surface laps up over the edge of the mountains at the shoreline.
Roger, we copy.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 80 hours, 56 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Our current velocity reading 5,334 feet per second. Current weight of the spacecraft in orbit 70,505 pounds.
Houston, on your comment about the Maury lapping up to the terrain, mountainous terrain, is that an impression like a lava flow coming in around a prominence, Neil, or does it more look like it's sloping up at that point? Over.
It isn't true everywhere, but there's certainly places where there seems to be a slope downward toward the shoreline on the Maury. In other words, from the Maury down to the shoreline is a downward slope, indicating it might be a lava front.
Roger.
That was Commander Neil Armstrong talking to our capsule communicator, Charles Duke. Our current orbital readings show an apolloon of 65.5, paraloon of 53.7 nautical miles. At 80 hours, 58 minutes into the flight, we continue to monitor, and this is Apollo Control Houston.
Crossing Duke Island and Mansfield, W.
Say again, Neil, over.
We just crossed Duke Island and Mansfield, W.
All right.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours into the flight of Apollo 11, a period of relative quiet. No doubt the Apollo 11 crew quite preoccupied in preparation for the activation of the LIM. During this period of relative quiet, we'll pass along heart rates from the LOI-1 burn. That's LOI-1, not LOI-2. We have yet to receive those numbers. The heart rate for the Commander Neil Armstrong read 106. The command module pilot Mike Collins 66. And for the lunar module pilot Buzz Aldrin, we have a reading of 70. At 81 hours, 1 minute into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control Houston. Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 5 minutes into the flight, still a period of relative quiet. Our ground readings indicate that the Apollo 11 spacecraft has completed its program 52. That's to align the inertial platform. Indications from the ground are that this activity went very well. And at 81 hours, 6 minutes, continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control Houston. This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 15 minutes. It's been an extremely quiet pass. No doubt the Apollo 11 crew quite busy at this time. We expect at the time entry is made into the lunar module, Apollo 11, as a matter of fact, will be out of acquisition, traversing over the far side of the moon. At the present time, we read an altitude, current altitude reading of 56.7 nautical miles. Our ground displays indicate an apoloon of 65.4, a paraloon of 53.8, and spacecraft velocity of 5,364 feet per second. Continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 16 minutes into the flight.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston. We're wondering if you started into the limb yet, over.
We have the SAM hatch out, the drogue and probe removed and stowed, and we're just about ready to open the limb hatch now.
Roger, thank you much, Neil. We'll be standing by.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 81 hours, 24 minutes now into the flight. The silence of conversation between Mission Control Center Houston and the crew was broken there moments ago. Charlie Duke called up Apollo 11 and spoke with Neil Armstrong, who indicated that the hatch was out and the probe and drogue removed, and they were about ready to open the lunar module hatch. Our current altitude shows 54.7 nautical miles, apoloon 65.4, paraloon 53.8. Interestingly enough, the part of the limb activation, which we will follow most closely, will be at time of reacquisition following our pass over the far side of the moon. This will be on the front side. It will afford us an opportunity for a communications check with the lunar module, and there will be a transfer to limb power. At 81 hours, 25 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston.
Okay, Charlie, we're in the limb. The docking index mark is the same.
Roger, we copy.
You heard that report from Neil Armstrong. They're now in the lunar module.
Certainly, there just doesn't seem to be any slow way to get that repress to auto without making a big bang.
Apollo 11, Houston, say again, over.
Roger, there just doesn't seem to be any slow way to get the repress from closed to auto and avoid a big bang, over.
Oh, we copy, Buzz. Thank you much, we concur with that, Buzz. Apollo 11, Houston, we'll have LOS 8145. Next AOS, stand by. Next AOS 8232, over.
Okay, 8232.
Houston, Apollo 11, I'm going to start a maneuver to P-22 altitude this time.
11, Roger, we copy, over.
Some water inside the command module for the first time. There's a little puddle of it on the aft bulkhead, sort of like 101 head.
Roger.
I'd like know how he wants to get rid of it. There are a number of different ways, and what does he think the best one?
We'll be with you in a moment, Mike. Stand by.
No big rush. It'll wait till next rev or two.
All right.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 81 hours, 30 minutes. Now into the flight, Apollo 11. The Apollo 11 commander and lunar module pilots appear to be a little bit ahead on their timelines in the LEM activation period. Meanwhile, command module pilot Mike Collins proceeding further with his landmark tracking exercises. Mike also reported a little puddle of water inside the command module near the aft bulkhead. His reference to like 101 referred to the Apollo 7 spacecraft, which was commanded by Walter Schirra. Our current altitude 54 nautical miles, current apolloon 65.4, current periloon 53.8. We now show a weight in orbit of 70,472 pounds. This is Apollo Control Houston, continuing to monitor at 81 hours 32 minutes into the flight.
This is Apollo Control Houston. We're now some 5 minutes away from loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. We currently show an altitude of 54.2 nautical miles, apolloon 65.4, periloon 53.9 nautical miles. Flight Director Milt Windler now talking with various members of his flight control team. We would expect a final bit of conversation prior to loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. We'll keep our line up and continue to monitor conversations that could transpire prior to loss of signal. Standing by at 81 hours 41 minutes into the flight, Apollo 11.
Hello, Apollo 11 Houston. We've played back the yellow I-2 burn. It looked really good to us. The systems were all good. We got an orbit on a limited amount of tracking bait at 65.4 by 53.9. Over.
Sounds good, Houston.
Mark 3 minutes now from predicted time of loss of signal. Mark 2 minutes now from time of LOS. Mark 1 minute now from time of LOS. We've now had loss of signal with Apollo 11 at 81 hours 45 minutes into the flight. This is Apollo Control Houston. Apollo Control Houston, we're now within 2 minutes from time of predicted acquisition of the Apollo 11 spacecraft. As we make this pass, near side pass, on the fourth revolution, it will be the first time that we've transferred during this mission to lunar module pilot power, and a communications check will be performed on the lunar module. We should be hearing such things as long counts being given from the spacecraft. Additionally, a new display, the Lunar Landing Site display, is now up for the first time in Mission Control Center this flight. It's essentially a blow-up for the landing sites 1 and 2. We expect it to stay up through the time of lunar landing. Meanwhile, in Mission Control Center, Flight Director Milt Wendler beginning to discuss with members of his flight control team items that might be expected after we acquire. We're less than a minute away now at this time from our forecast acquisition. We'll stand by. Standing by now for acquisition. We have acquisition. We're receiving telemetry data at this time. Hawaii and Goldstone both have acquired.
Hello, Apollo 11, Houston, we're standing by. Al.
Okay, Houston, we'll be doing 2.2 in just a couple minutes.
Roger, we copy all that. You're looking good.
That was Mike Collins indicating he would be doing a little additional landmark tracking. We shall hear further from him shortly. This is Apollo Control, Houston, 82 hours, 38 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Only a single contact with Apollo 11 thus far this pass when Mike Collins identified he was still involved with Program 22, the Auto Optics landmark tracking activity. We expect additional conversation as the pass transpires. Presently, we're reading on our orbit displays an altitude of 65.1 nautical miles, apoloon 65.3 nautical miles, a paraloon of 54 nautical miles. We currently show a velocity on the Apollo 11 spacecraft of 5318 feet per second, 5,318 feet per second. At 82 hours, 39 minutes and continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Houston, Apollo 11. Go ahead. Roger. You can copy that down 49 on your downlink if you had enough time on proceed.
We got it. Go ahead, Mike.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 82 hours, 48 minutes now into the flight of Apollo 11. Our air-ground sounding somewhat noisy, this being because we're utilizing the Omni antenna for downlink. This a requirement because of the attitude required for landmark tracking, the Program 22. At 82 hours, 48 minutes, continuing to monitor, this is Apollo Control, Houston.
11, Houston, we see it now at 89. You can do the verb 34 now, over. See me through it.
Yeah, I've done it, Doc.
All right.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Go ahead, 11, over.
Now, all that procedure for P-22 seemed to work very well. The only thing that was a little odd is that there was some damp thruster activity. I had pitch and Excel command and roll and yaw and rate command. And somehow roll and yaw got excited and damp went into a flurry of thruster firing. We've noticed the same thing in the CMS and just ripped it off as a CMS peculiarity.
Roger, we saw that activity, Mike. We'll see if we can track it down and let you know, over. Houston. You can proceed to sleep attitude now, over.
That's in work, Houston.
Okay.
Houston, we're holding inertia a little while to study the approach to the landing zone.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 82 hours 55 minutes. Our current spacecraft altitude 62.1 nautical miles. Our orbital parameter is essentially the same, 65.3, 53.9. So at 82 hours 55 minutes, we continue to monitor. And this is Apollo Control Houston.
Houston, you're breaking up badly. Say again, over.
Roger, I can see the entire landing area from the position I'm in, looking out the left window in the left.
You can see the entire landing area looking out the left window, over.
That's right.
This is Apollo Control Houston. That was a report from Lunar Module pilot Buzz Aldrin that he could see the entire landing area out the window. At 82 hours 58 minutes, this is Apollo Control Houston.
We got you in the shadow zone. You're looking right down along the engine bell towards yours, so we need you in wide beam, over.
Okay, fine. We're starting our maneuver to sleep attitude. Roll 82, pitch 229, yaw 0.
Roger. The angles you got in the flight plan will be good when you get there.
This is Apollo Control Houston at 83 hours 2 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11. Currently we show an apoloon of 65.3 nautical miles, a paraloon of 53.9. We would expect the transfer to lunar module power to occur momentarily. And from that point on, the communications check with the lunar module. 83 hours 3 minutes and standing by. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Houston 11.
Go ahead, 11, over.
Okay, we're on stage activation 12, 13, step 4, verify descent talkbacks Gray and their barber pole.
Roger, stand by. Apollo 11, Houston, we'd like you to take the low voltage tap, all presets in on, over.
Stand by. We got it. We just had one circuit breaker out of position.
Okay.
We have them gray now.
Rod.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. 83 hours, 7 minutes now into the flight. We're now receiving data from the lunar module on our displays here in Mission Control Center.
Transmitting on B. Houston, Apollo 11. Apollo 11 Eagle, over.
Roger, Eagle, this is Houston. We read you, over.
Roger. I read you back 4x4. Could you give me a short count, please?
Roger, Eagle, coming in with a short count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Houston out, over.
That was Buzz Aldrin from the lunar module using the code name for the first time.
Bit rate, over.
Right, we got some beautiful data here, Eagle. All those guys are looking at it. Systems guys, we'll have some word for you in a minute, how everything looks.
Roger, I'm all ready to switch to high bit rate if that's okay with you.
Would you please stand by, Eagle? We want to get to the proper sleep attitude before we proceed on with the comm check, over.
Standing by. Houston Eagle, go ahead with the camera checkout. I'm still on low taps, and I assume there's no problem doing that. Over.
Stand by. That's affirmative, no problem on that, Eagle. You can go ahead and power up the sequence camera, over. Eagle, this is Houston. We have lost all the voice and data with Columbia. Would you see if he is maneuvering to sleep attitude, over?
Hey, Mike, you maneuvering to sleep attitude? I don't believe they can hear you, Mike. Are you maneuvering now to sleep attitude? Houston Eagle, the Columbia has maneuvered to sleep attitude. He's got the high gain antenna angles set in, and he should be communicating with you, over.
Roger, we don't have him. Stand by. Eagle, Houston, would you please have Columbia hit command reset, over?
We'll go. Command reset.
Eagle Houston, since we're in sleep attitude, I'll give you another long count. If you're reading in this mode, we'd like you to switch to high bit rate, over.
Roger, go ahead with a short count.
Roger. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're reading you 5 by. You can go to high bit right now, over.
Roger, going high bit right now.
Eagle, this is Houston. Do you read, over?
Houston, this is Eagle. Roger, read you loud and clear. How me, over?
Roger, reading you 5 by also, Buzz, and we got the high bit rate. It's looking beautiful through Goldstone. Giving you a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please give us a count, over.
Roger, Houston, Eagle with a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Roger, stand by. Reading you 5 by, over.
Okay, I'm ready to go. S-band voice, over.
Stand by, Eagle. Stand by on the step 4.
This is Apollo Control Houston. A voice count exchange between Buzz Aldrin and the Eagle, the Lunar Module, and Charles Duke here in Mission Control Center.
Columbia, this is Houston. Would you please give us two and accept? We got a load for you. Break. Eagle, we are ready to go to step 4. Please select S-band voice. The voice, over. Hello, Eagle. This is Houston. How do you read? Normal voice, over.
Eagle, Houston, this is Eagle. Read you loud and clear on S-band normal voice. Tell me, over.
Roger, you're beautiful. This mode, Buzz, we're reading you 5 by. Coming with a short count, and we'd like one back from you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Houston out.
Houston, Eagle, you're gorgeous also. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle, over.
Roger, Eagle. This is better than the down voice backup. Stand by, 1. Eagle, Houston, everybody's happy as a clam with this mode. We'd like to stay here for a little bit. The telemetry looks great and the voice is great, over.
Roger, understand. I'm checking out camera number 4 now.
This is Apollo Control Houston. Our communications checkout with the Eagle apparently going very well at this time.
Again, what you're checking out, over?
Roger, Houston. Eagle has checked out both 70mm cameras and both 16mm cameras, and all work fine, over.
Sounds great. Stand by. Eagle, Houston, we've looked over your systems on a high bit rate. Everything looks super. We're ready to go, over.
Roger, stand by. You want to go back to low bit right now?
Stand by on that, over. Eagle, Houston, we look good through the 210 on this mode. We're going to shift data select to an 85-foot dish to see what we got, and then we'll be back through to you on the 210. If you'll stand by a couple of minutes in this mode, we'll be back with you, over.
Roger, Eagle, standing by.
This is Apollo Control Houston. 83 hours, 21 minutes now into the flight. Meanwhile, aboard the Eagle, apparently Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, although Buzz is doing most of the comm check at this time.
Eagle, Houston, how do you read? Over.
Houston, Eagle, read you loud and clear. Over.
Roger, we're reading you 5 by. We got the voice good through the 85. The telemetry is in and out through the 85. Stand by. We'll be back through you with you through the 210. Over. Eagle, Houston, you can go step 5 now. We'd like low bit rate. Over.
Houston, Eagle, you have low bit rate.
Roger, copy, Eagle.
Yeah.
Eagle, Houston, could you give me a short count, this mode? Over.
Houston, this is Eagle with a short count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eagle, over.
Roger, Eagle, you're 5 by. This S-band voice is really beautiful. Over. And Eagle, Houston, we'll be standing by in this mode for a minute or so. We'll be back with you if you'll just stand by. Over.
Roger.
Eagle, this is Houston, coming through the 210. How do you read? Over.
Roger, read you loud and clear.
Eagle, this is Houston. We're happy with all our data in all modes. You can power down the comm now. Over.
Roger, understand. Eagle will power down the comm. And we're just approaching 27 volts now. It looks like we won't have to bother with the high tap.
Right.
Powering down. Out.
Roger, copy. Out. Houston, we got a TEI 11 pad for you and an update on the water dump. Over.
Stand by one, Houston. Are you through with the disky?
That's firm. Over.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 83 hours, 27 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11. That last exchange between Charlie Duke, our capsule communicator, and Buzz Aldrin aboard the Eagle, identifying that we're very well satisfied with the communications check on the lunar module, and we'll proceed with powering down the spacecraft. At 83 hours, 27 minutes, we now read an altitude of 54.3 nautical miles, a velocity of 5,376 feet per second. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Houston, Columbia, ready to copy TEI 11, over.
Roger. Columbia, here we come with the TEI 11. SPS GNN 37200 minus 06 0, plus 047. Down 33, 0, Niner 8, 05, 2422, plus 41448, plus 03719, minus 02422. Roll is NA, pitch 020. Rest of the pad is NA. Set stars are NA. The ullage is 2 quads, 2 jets for 16 seconds. Use Bravo and Delta. In a comment, the undocked present CSM, this is for TE-11, is undocked present onboard weight of the CSM is 37200 pounds, about 50 alpha in your DAP, over.
All right, I read back. TEI-11, SBS GNN 37200, minus 060, plus 047, plus 098, 052422, plus 41448, plus 03719, minus 02422. NA 020, rest of pad NA. Ullage 2 jet for 16 seconds, quads B and D. Undocked. Present CSM weight is okay in the down.
Roger, 11. And we'd like you to do a wastewater dump at 84 hours, down to 25%, over.
Roger, understand. Wastewater dump to 25% at 84 hours.
Roger, and Mike will have LOS in about 11 minutes at 8344. AOS is 8430. And prior to, or at LOS, we would like you to go configure the S-band for high gain track to react, high gain beam to narrow. And let's try that to see if we can get an automatic react at the next AOS, over.
All right, good idea.
That was Mike Collins aboard Columbia, taking down a maneuver pad.
Rod. Apollo 11, Houston, also that water that you got on the aft bulkhead, if it's not too much, we just recommend sopping it up and then throwing the sponges away in the waste storage area. If it's too much, then we recommend using the procedure in the checklist on page F10-14, over.
All right, thank you.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 83 hours, 34 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11. The lunar module communications has been deactivated. We currently show a velocity of 5,377 feet per second. Our orbital parameters now read 65.1 nautical miles apoloon, 54.2 nautical miles paraloon. At 84 hours, 35 minutes, continuing to follow. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, would you have Buzz make sure he gives us the ops pressure readings before you close up? Over.
Will do. Houston 11, the OPS has read 5750, both bottles.
Roger.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 83 hours, 38 minutes. Apollo 11 now on CSM power. This is Apollo Control, Houston, 83 hours, 40 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11. We're less than 4 minutes away now from time of loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. Present time, our velocity reading 5,375 feet per second. Our total weight in orbit at this time reading 70,502 pounds. Our orbital parameters, apoloon 65.1 nautical miles, paraloon 54.2 nautical miles. This is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 83 hours, 43 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11, less than a minute away from predicted time of loss of signal with the Apollo 11 spacecraft. We expect the next time we acquire Apollo 11, its crew, Neil Armstrong, Mike Collins, Buzz Aldrin, will have begun their rest period. And at 83 hours, 43 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston. Has passed out of range with the ground, traversing now over the far side of the moon. During this pass, we had an extremely successful communications checkout with the lunar module, using its code name for the first time, its code name the Eagle. Buzz Aldrin performed the counting tasks in concert with Charlie Duke, the capsule communicator here on the ground. And at times, Buzz's voice, we noted considerable enthusiasm for the way things are going. And at times, Charlie Duke shared that enthusiasm. And its maiden checkout in communications, the lunar module Eagle, looked good. At 83 hours, 45 minutes, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 84 hours and 28 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11. We're less than 2 minutes away now from our scheduled time of acquisition with Apollo 11. Meanwhile, in Mission Control Center, astronaut Owen Garriott has now replaced Charlie Duke as our capsule communicator. We expect that some final advisories will be passed to the Apollo 11 crew, and final reports such as crew status will be received from Neil Armstrong, Mike Collins, and Buzz Aldrin prior to the start of their sleep period. We're a little over a minute away now from scheduled time of acquisition. We'll continue to keep the line up and continue to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston. Mark, 30 seconds now from time of scheduled acquisition. Mark, 20 seconds. 10 seconds. We should be acquiring shortly, and we're standing by. We have data. We've acquired data on Apollo 11. This is Apollo Control Houston. Owen Garriott getting ready to place a call.
Over.
Apollo 11.
11 Houston, Roger, reading you fine, and it looks like the automatic react went very well just as soon as you came around the limb. We have several small items to discuss with you here just before you go to sleep. Over.
Go ahead, Owen.
Okay, 11. First of all, on our LEM systems checks, everything went fine. Would like to remind you, though, tomorrow you may see an ascent pressure light when you activate the MCNW. There should be no problem there, however. You did note that the ox tank pressure was only reading 111 psi, which is normal at this point. But below the level which will trigger your light due to the helium which has been dissolved into the propellant. Over.
Roger, I understand that. Thank you.
Roger. And next item, the supercritical helium rise rate is nominal. And you also had questions for us about your thruster activity during the P-22 on the last rev. I believe we understand that now. As you reported, your pitch was in Excel command and your yaw and roll were in rate command. As you were firing your pitch thrusters, this will couple rate into your yaw and roll axes, and you were at that time holding only half a degree deadband, and coupling rates into yaw and roll produced the extra firings about the yaw and roll axes. Over.
Yeah, that may be true. It's very peculiar coupling in that it waits longer than you would think, and its reaction is greater than you would think. We were getting yaw rates of around 0.4 of a degree per second, for example.
Roger, Mike. We did play the data back, and that's the way it looked upon analysis of the chart recordings back here. Over.
Okay, fine.
They've also looked at the results of your landmark tracking. The marks all apparently were very good, and we've got a full page of data here relative to the altitudes of the various site locations, which I won't read up to you, but did want to let you know that the marks apparently went very well. I also have your consumable budgets, particularly your RCS propellant quantities. They're deltas from nominal if you should want them. Your worst quad is quad Charlie, which is 9% low. I'll not read up the others unless you want them. Over.
Okay, how about the O2 fuel cell purge? You want that now?
I'll have to stand by just a moment.
Okay, and then the other one is we're still charging battery A.
Houston, we would like to delay the fuel cell purge until the backside of the moon, and you go ahead and should terminate your battery charge at this time. Over.
Okay, I understand. I knew we had another O2 and H2 purge coming up in the morning. I wasn't sure whether you wanted to go through with this one or not. I'll wait until the backside and then do it.
That's fine, Buzz.
Terminate battery charging now.
That's right, and one other systems item here. In order to balance your cryo tanks, would you get your O2 tank 1 and your H2 tank 2 heaters off? Over.
Okay, I have O2 tank heater 1 off and H2 tank heater 2 off.
That's right, Mike, and we believe you have your quad Bravo and quad Charlie turned off in your DAP at this time in a 5-degree dead band. We'd prefer a 10-degree dead band for your sleep period overnight here. Over.
Okay.
One other item relative to a malfunction procedure. It's unlikely that you'll have to worry about this tomorrow, but in your malfunction list under docking on page F11-9, there is a malfunction procedure for a high O2 flow rate. At the top of, under tunnel, at the top of page 11-9, we would like to have you not to use that malfunction procedure should you encounter the high O2 flow rate, and instead check back with Houston for a revised procedure should you find that situation. Over.
Understand and notice and make my judgment.
11 Houston, Roger. That just about takes care of all the items we have here on the ground before time to hit the FAC. And I guess you will have a pre-sleep check for us before you go to bed.
Roger. We're in the midst of cycling the O2 and H2 bands now.
Roger.
And the radiation is as follows. CDR 11012, CFD 10013, LFD 09015. Negative indication, over.
Roger, copy 11.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. 84 hours, 39 minutes now into the flight. That conversational exchange with Owen Garrett here in Mission Control Center and principally Buzz Aldrin. However, Mike Collins did talk briefly about Program 22 and the landmark tracking activity into which he performed.
Houston, Apollo 11.
11, Houston, go ahead.
Roger. We're thinking about taking the monocular with us on into the LUM. We think it might prove to be of some use, over.
Roger, Buzz. It sounds like a good idea for some of your surveying work there inside the cockpit, over.
Okay, you want to run that by whoever might be concerned?
Sure will.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 84 hours, 44 minutes, and now into the flight Apollo 11. Our current spacecraft altitude now 64.3 nautical miles with an apoloon of 65.2 nautical miles, paraloon 54.4 nautical miles. We show an orbital period of 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40 seconds on our displays. Current weight of the spacecraft in orbit, 70,502 pounds. At 84 hours, 44 minutes, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control Houston.
If you would give us a help manually, try to relock up on the hydrant, over.
Houston, Apollo 11, your capacity.
11, Houston, reading you very weak, still far down in the noise and couldn't complete the full transmission. If you'd give us a hand on a manual relock, we'd appreciate it.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 84 hours, 48 minutes, now into the flight. We're receiving noisy data at this time. We have requested Apollo 11 to give us a manual relock. Standing by at 84 hours, 49 minutes. This is Apollo Control Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, we're still unable to pick you up on the high gain antenna. Request you go to manual and wide beam width. The pitch and yaw angles in your checklist are good ones. You should be able to find us there, over.
Houston, Apollo 11, how do you read now?
11, Houston, loud and clear this time. How many?
Loud and clear. You faded out on your last transmission, over.
Roger, are you in wide beam now?
Negative, I got you locked back on again, reacting now.
Roger, that's what we want. We want to stay in narrow, and we're a little puzzled about why we lost you here a few minutes ago. Do you have any ideas?
Oh, sure do. We're showing about 15 degrees plus pitch and about 270. That ought to be good and clear.
We concur there. We still don't have any good ideas on why we were lost. Houston, would you confirm that we did acquire automatically when you came around the limb for this passage, over?
That's confirmed.
Thank you.
This is Apollo Control Houston, 84 hours, 56 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11. Our current apoloon, 65.1 nautical miles, current paraloon, 54.3 nautical miles. After receiving some noisy signal, Apollo 11 has locked back on in fine form. That was Buzz Aldrin speaking with Owen Garrett here in the Mission Control Center. I expect we will take a second look at why we had to lock on manually. As we receive any updates on this, we'll pass them along. We now read 84 hours, 57 minutes. And this is Apollo Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Houston, Apollo 11.
11, Houston, on your auto RCS select switches, we show Quad Bravo disabled, but Quad Charlie only partially disabled. Charlie 3, I believe, is the only one you have selected off. Is that correct?
No, Roger, that's correct.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 85 hours, 5 minutes. Now onto the flight, Apollo 11. We confirm from the ground following that conversational exchange. As was pointed out,
we see them all disabled at this time. Thank you.
As was pointed out, RCS Quad Charlie is now disabled following that conversational exchange between Owen Garrett and Buzz Aldrin. Buzz, the lunar module pilot, apparently quite obviously still awake. 85 hours, 7 minutes. Now to the flight, Apollo 11, continuing to monitor. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
11, Houston, we're going to try to check out this ability to automatically reacquire on the S-band. And what we want to do is to secure our uplink carrier for about 30 seconds. Then we will turn it back on and see if the spacecraft equipment will automatically reacquire. So if you do not get a call from us within about 3 minutes, that means we have not been able to reacquire, and request your assistance on a manual acquisition. Over.
Okay, we understand.
11, Houston, we also appreciate if you will note the angles that the antenna tracks through in its attempt to reacquire. Over.
Roger, we'll do that.
Uh, 11, Houston, it looks like we're locked back up again with no delay. How does it look on board? Over.
Roger, the signal strength dropped very rapidly to 0, and the pitch and yaw in about 3 seconds moved toward 40 degrees pitch and 240 degrees yaw. Right now, they're setting on about 15 degrees pitch and about 265 degrees yaw. So they didn't move very far, about 30 degrees apiece. And then they picked right back on up again. Over.
Roger. Some of the luckiest people in the background there. We copied your pitch and yaw angles. Houston, could you give us the location of your pitch and yaw location of your position indicators? Over.
Roger, they're the same position as the antenna right now, plus 15 degrees pitch, and now, wait a minute, I got it at about 275 instead of 265.
Okay, thank you. Houston, we'd like to try the same procedure once more. We'll leave the carrier off a little longer and be back up for a call within 4 minutes. Over.
Okay.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 85 hours, 17 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11. What you heard in the conversation between Owen Garrett and Buzz Aldrin was following a communications check in which we secured the uplink carrier for some 30 seconds and waited a given a period of time, approximately 3 minutes, to see if the spacecraft would reacquire. We appeared to reacquire in fine form on this first test. We will repeat it, this test a second time, delaying approximately 4 minutes before we place a call to Apollo 11. At 85 hours, 17 minutes, we currently read an altitude, spacecraft altitude of 56.1 nautical miles. Present velocity shows 5,367 feet per second. An apolloon 65 nautical miles, paraloon 54.4 nautical miles. Present weight in orbit remains a static 70,502 pounds. Present time in orbit, as shown on our displays, 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40 seconds. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Houston, we're locked back up again. Can you give us a report on how the antenna behaves?
Roger, it was essentially identical with before. The pitch went to 40 to 45, and the yaw went to about 255, 245 to 255. And then it rather quickly locked up at 15 degrees pitch and 270 yaw. Over.
11, Houston, roger your angles, 45 and 255. Do I understand that as soon as the carrier dropped, it went to these angles, or did it only go to these angles after the uplink carrier was re-enabled and the antenna began to hunt to reacquire? Over.
Now, as soon as the carrier dropped off, why, it drifted over to those angles and stayed there. Then when it came back up again, why, it hunted around for a while, but didn't get any further off. Gradually brought it on into the angles where it is right now, and then the signal strength would take several jumps, as evidently it goes from wide to medium to narrow. Over.
11 Houston, I understand. And on another subject, request you zero your optics for the night, over.
Roger. Zero.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 85 hours, 27 minutes now into the flight, Apollo 11. We've run 2 tests thus far with the S-band antenna, which is reacquired nicely on both occasions. We're standing by for further possible conversations with the crew at this time. On both occasions. We're standing by for further possible conversations with the crew at this time. We're some 15 minutes away from predicted time of loss of signal on Apollo 11. Currently, we read an apoloon of 65 nautical miles, a paraloon of 54.4 nautical miles. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
Apollo 11, Houston, can you confirm that you have changed the CO2 filter as per flight plan in the last hour, over?
No, we're still eating. We're about to do it. We'll let you know.
Roger, 11, and we've got about 14 minutes to LOS. AOS is 8630, an hour away. We were wondering whether or not you plan to have one man up at that time, or would you all like to be asleep inside the next hour, over?
Somebody will be up.
Roger, the thing that we're still puzzling on is the antenna, and as long as there will be somebody up, why, we would like to have somebody check the automatic react on the next AOS.
Okay, we'll do that. And we haven't chlorinated the water yet, and we haven't changed the lithium hydroxide. We're just still finishing up dinner.
Roger, Mike. Thank you.
This is Apollo Control, Houston, 85 hours, 29 minutes now into the flight. That was Mike Collins reporting to capsule communicator Owen Garrett that the Apollo 11 crew completing dinner at this time. And earlier, perhaps, as you listened to the air ground, you heard some music in the background, soft music, which would indicate that this was being played in concert with their evening meal. When we reacquire, we expect one of the 3 crew members to still be, at least one to be still awake as we run a further check on our spacecraft antenna. At 85 hours, 30 minutes into the flight of Apollo 11, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston.
West coming up in 2 minutes now, and AOS will be at 86 plus 28 plus 15, over.
We'll see you on the other side.
Roger.
$85 hours, 40 minutes at this time. That perhaps the last conversation we'll have with Apollo 11 until we reacquire. We're now 1 minute, 20 seconds away from loss of signal. Continuing to stand by, this is Apollo Control, Houston, at 85 hours, 41 minutes. This is Apollo Control, Houston. We've had loss of signal as the Apollo 11 spacecraft begins its pass around the far side of the moon at 85 hours, 42 minutes. This is Apollo Control, Houston. We're now less than 2 minutes away from acquisition of signal on Apollo 11, and in Mission Control Center, Houston, we're standing by. Mark, 1 minute from predicted acquisition of signal. We should be acquiring. We're standing by.
Houston, Apollo 11, over.
11 Houston, loud and clear here, over.
Okay, we just appeared to get a solid lock for the last, about a minute. The tune for max needle's been wandering up and down, and the pitch and yaw needles have been wandering around, but it appears to have reacquired by itself solidly now. We're just finishing up our fuel cell purge. Hydrogen on number 3 is the last to go off. They'll be coming off just in a second.
Roger, 11. Apollo 11, Houston, we believe we've tracked down the reacquisition problem we had on the previous rev. It looks like it was a receiver power supply here on the ground, and no problems in the spacecraft at all, over.
Okay, glad to hear.
11, that really winds things up as far as we're concerned on the ground for the evening. We're ready to go to bed and get a little sleep, over.
Yeah, we're about to join you.
This is Apollo Control, Houston. 86 hours, 33 minutes. You heard that last exchange. The Mission Control Center has isolated our earlier loss of lock on with the S-band antenna to a faulty power supply at Goldstone, which in turn introduced noisy data, causing a ground-based receiver to go out of lock. This power supply, a 24-volt one, has already been replaced at Goldstone. In summary, the spacecraft looks good, and the difficulty was caused here on the ground. At 86 hours, 34 minutes, we now read our orbit at 64.9 nautical miles apoloon, 54.6 nautical miles paraloon. This is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 86 hours, 52 minutes, now into the flight, Apollo 11. Our current altitude on the Apollo 11 spacecraft now reads 64.9 nautical miles. This corresponds with our apoloon of 64.9 nautical miles. Our paraloon on this pass, 54.6 nautical miles. We've had no further conversation with the Apollo 11 crew, nor do we expect to do so. We will take the loop down at this time and stand by if any further conversation should develop. At 86 hours, 53 minutes into the flight, this is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 87 hours, 31 minutes, now into the flight, Apollo 11. The Apollo 11 spacecraft continues on its front side pass above the moon. We're now less than 10 minutes away from a loss of signal. The Apollo 11 crew and currently in their rest period. We've received no indication yet that any of the three crew members are actually sleeping, although all three appear to be in a very restful mode. This will be the final sleep period for the crew, now at the threshold of their prime mission objective, the final sleep period prior to landing on the lunar surface and returning. The next scheduled rest period will in fact take place on the surface of the moon. We're now past midnight Central Daylight Time. It is now July 20, the day scheduled for lunar landing. Our current orbital parameters read Apolloon 64.7 nautical miles, Paraloon 54.8 nautical miles. Current spacecraft altitude 54.8 nautical miles. Our time of orbit, orbital period, remains the same, 1 hour, 58 minutes, 40 seconds. So at 87 hours, 33 minutes, we will continue to stand by in the event we have any conversation with the crew. This is Apollo Control, Houston. This is Apollo Control, Houston, at 87 hours, 40 minutes, now into the flight Apollo 11. Apollo 11 now less than a minute away from loss of signal as it is due to pass over the far side of the moon and out of range with the Mission Control Center as well as the rest of the world. We've had no further conversations with the crew. All spacecraft systems appear in fine shape. We're now less than 30 seconds away from our time of loss of signal and standing by. Mark 10 seconds. We've had loss of signal as Apollo 11 passes over the backside of the moon.
This is Apollo Control, 89 hours, 38 minutes ground elapsed time. Coming down, actually we've had loss of signal on this, the 7th lunar revolution of Apollo 11. Should have acquisition again at 90 hours, 25 minutes through the Honeysuckle Creek, Australia station. The crew has been asleep about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours, when the third man finally went to sleep, Mike Collins, after a brief interchange with the ground. At 3 hours, 57 minutes remaining in the sleep period. Cabin pressure now holding at 4.7 pounds per square inch at a temperature of 69 degrees Fahrenheit. Crew heart rates are running in the 40s. Apollo 11 presently in a lunar orbit with a pericynthion of 55 nautical miles, apocynthion of 64.4 nautical miles. Velocity in lunar orbit 5,363 feet per second.
some 44 minutes, 46 seconds until acquisition of signal as the spacecraft comes around from the far side of the moon on the 8th revolution. And at 89 hours, 40 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 91 hours, 36 minutes ground elapsed time. Less than 1 minute remaining until loss of signal with Apollo 11 as it goes under the lunar far side in the 8th lunar revolution. 2 hours remaining in the crew rest period, which means that midway through the next front side pass, the crew will be wakened, if they're not indeed already awake. Flight Surgeon Ken Beers reported just prior to LOS in a brief exchange here in Mission Control that the crew apparently were all asleep soundly at this time. Flight Director Glenn Lunny asked the spacecraft systems engineers how the two spacecraft looked as they approached the LOS point. We're coming up on LOS now. Mark, loss of signal. Okay. The spacecraft systems were described by the systems engineers as being looking good. 45 minutes to next 45 minutes 28 seconds to next acquisition of signal, which will be in ground elapsed time 92:23. 92 hours 23 minutes ground elapsed time. And at 91 hours 37 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo control. This is Apollo control, 93 hours 29 minutes ground elapsed time. Some 5 minutes away from loss of signal with Apollo 11 on this revolution. A wake-up call is expected from spacecraft communicator Ron Evans here in Mission Control just prior to the time the spacecraft goes over the hill on the lunar's far side. Standing by as we wait for him to make his call. Presently, Apollo 11 is in an orbit measuring 64 nautical miles at apocynthion, 55.5 nautical miles at pericynthion. Present orbital velocity around the moon, 5,370 feet per second. Spacecraft calculated now to weigh 70,321 pounds. Still standing by for the wake-up call. Standing by for Ron Evans' big moment as he makes his call to the spacecraft. This being the sleep watch, his job has been rather easy, or at least he hasn't had too much conversation with. Here we go.
Apollo 11, Apollo 11. Good morning from the Black Team.
Good morning.
Good morning. We got about 2 minutes to LOS here, Mike.
Oh, morning, Ron. You guys wake up early.
Yeah, you're about 2 minutes early here on the wake up. Looks like you're really sawing them away.
You're right.
Houston, for planning purposes, you can go ahead and take the monocular into the limb with you.
Okay, I'll tell them. How are all the CSM systems looking?
Houston, looks like the command module's been in good shape. Black team has been watching it real closely for you.
Well, we sure appreciate that. Because I sure haven't.
Say again?
I say because I sure have not.
Roger. Apollo 11, 30 seconds. AOS will be 9-4 plus 2-1.
9-4-2-1.
This is Apollo Control. We've had loss of signal from Apollo 11 as it went over the hill. Now tracking through the Madrid station during this series of revolutions. Next acquisition, as Apollo 11 comes back around the east limb of the moon on the next revolution, will be at 94 hours 21 minutes ground elapsed time, some 43 minutes from now. And at 93 hours 36 minutes ground elapsed time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control, 94 hours 21 minutes ground elapsed time. Should have acquisition of signal as Apollo 11 comes around on the front side of the moon on the 10th revolution. AOS is confirmed. We'll stand by for Capcom's call to the crew. We have data coming in now. After having breakfast and getting all squared away after the night's rest period, the crew will have a rather busy day today, including the first manned landing on the moon. Some of the preliminary times being generated now for maneuvers of the day will include separation at the separation burn in 100 hours 39 minutes 50 seconds. Here goes the call.
Standing by.
Houston, Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, go.
Roger. How do you read the biomet and the LMP with the LCG on?
Roger, stand by 1. Apollo 11, Houston, we have good data on all 3 crewmen. No, play that on the commander we do not have yet.
This is Apollo Control following the separation burn at the time of 100 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds. The descent orbit insertion burn is now scheduled at 101 hours, 36 minutes, 13.5 seconds. Power descent initiation at 102 hours, 33 minutes, 05.1 seconds. We'll stay up live on the air-ground loop and continue to monitor any further conversation between spacecraft communicator Ron Evans here in Mission Control and the crew of Apollo 11, which at this time is likely in the middle of their breakfast period. This is Apollo Control, still standing by as the Apollo 11 is about a third of the way through the front side pass on revolution number 10. Still in the midst of their breakfast period. Various console positions are preparing numbers for maneuver times and attitudes and so on for the day's activity to pass to spacecraft communicator, who in turn will pass them up to the crew probably during this pass. Members of the white team of flight controllers headed up by Eugene Krantz are drifting into the control room now to relieve the night watch. The black team headed by Glenn Lunny. Glenn Lunny will hold a brief change of shift press conference in the Apollo News Center in MSC after the handover is complete. We'll continue to monitor the air-ground circuit for any further transmissions from Apollo 11.
Houston, go ahead.
Roger, you cut out after Tommy Jacobson. I guess we got into antenna switching problems.
Okay, following Tommy Jacobs, we have a hot smoking word from a local Houston astrologer by the name of Ruby Graham. She says that all the signs are right for your trip to the moon. Neil is clever, Mike has good judgment, and Buzz can work out intricate problems. She also says Neil tends to see the world through rose-colored glasses, but is always ready to help the afflicted or distressed. Neil, you're also supposed to have, quote, intuition that enables you to interpret life with feeling, unquote. Buzz is supposed to be very sociable and cannot bear to be alone, in addition to having excellent critical ability. Since she didn't know at what hour Mike was born, she's decided he either has the same attributes as Neil or that he is inventive with